Hello everyone, and welcome to the second day of this conference that brought us all together to Belgrade towards stronger peripheries, new coalitions and policies of solidarity. And this is our first panel today, the morning panel, an exciting panel because we see the results of the research that was done on the basis of this project, focusing on practices and processes inside the project. So these presentations and knowledge reflections on what was happening in this exciting project bringing 14 organizations together. Presenting today our colleagues from the University of Lisbon, ISTE Institute, Pedro Costa, Margarita Perestrello, and Ricardo Lopes. They will actually, rather than presenting consecutively, they will have a joint presentation because they work together inside this project and produced two toolkits, one on audience research and one on participation. And also we will hear about the impact of the project. We will have Pedro Costa presenting first, and then Margarita Perestrello, and then Ricardo Lopes is going to join the discussion later on. So let me just say something about our colleagues. Pedro Costa is an associate professor at the Department of Political Economy at ISTE and research at Dinamia ISTE, Center for the Study of Socio-Economic Change and Territory, where he coordinates the Cities and Territories Research Group. Margarita Perestrello is an assistant professor at the Department of Social Research Methods at ISTE as well, and Ricardo Venancia Lopes is an architect, urban planner, and photographer with a PhD in architecture of contemporary metropolitan territories. So thank you all for coming this morning, and Pedro, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. We will have these three presentations here, so mixed in one, so I hope not to bother you too much with this, but try to be a little bit dynamic and to give some space at the end for discussion. That probably is the most interesting thing. After a brief framework, we will be through these three presentations that, as Asmina was saying, are linked to the production of Dinamia Set during this project. On one hand, co-developing with the partners of the project two toolkits to assess the quality of participation and the audiences, and on the other hand, giving here just some hints about the impacts of the project, the analysis of the impacts of the project, one of the layers of it. These are the three toolkits, and the three sections, and these three sections are related to the two of them. The toolkits are related to three of the chapters of the forthcoming book now of the project that is being published, and we hope to have in some months to all of you. The project, as you know, is a project that links 14 teams and partners from several countries in the Balkans and south of Europe, and that are some of them are essentially devoted to artistic creation, some to research, and this work together of the two kinds of partners enable to have an artistic space for dialogue, collaboration, and joint learning that enables us to discuss the concepts, and that's what part of what we have been doing all these 4 years, almost now, trying to discuss these kinds of notions like South, peripheries, participation, and going further and deeper in them, not necessarily reaching a common consensus, as we will say about all of them. But at least knowing a little bit more about each of them than in the beginning, I hope. These are the partners of the project that you know, that are quite diverse and with different types. And in the scope of the project, that as was presented yesterday, that we have three big pillars: the collaborative artistic strategies, the capacity building actions, and the reflection on public policies. Our role in the project was this role that is here in the slide, but we will center here specifically in the development of the two toolkits, a toolkit for audiences analysis that were co-developed with the partners during part of the project, a toolkit to assess the quality of participation, and the monitoring and the project and the impacts assessment. But highlighting that this reflection on these, of all these things, particularly on these concepts of SALT, of peripheries, of participation, of what is a community, is something that is transversal to this work and is feeding this work in all these layers. Let's go to the first of these papers and this first of these sections of the presentation that is about the quality of participation toolkit. And the idea here is to give you an idea of the process behind the development of this toolkit and some of the results achieved with it. We'll go through the objectives, the outcomes, and the way it was operationalized within the project, and try to talk a little bit about the results that we achieved in measuring the quality of participation on this specific project, the work that was done in the several tandems, not all tandems, but the tandems that have finished until today. So the idea of this toolkit was to assess the quality of participation, whatever that may be, and to make that available as an open resource after the project. So the idea was to co-construct during the project this toolkit, assess the tandems that were being developed during the project and contributing in that way to assess the overall project also, and at the same time mobilize the knowledge of the partners within this project and empowering them to develop this capacity and to develop this work after the project and other works. So I'm sorry that there's a problem here with this transcription of this slide to this format, and so that was a schedule of the process that we had here in the chronology of the process. But the idea was that from 2021 November to today, in several steps that were marking several of our meetings in several points of Europe, we've been mobilizing the process. Creating a survey, presentation guidelines, and drafting tools to be tested, training a collective analysis after the two first tandems, and then applying it more generally, more broadly in the other tandems, and giving some hints on the results that we have. But we started by trying to come to the point in what was the definition of participation. There are several of the partners that were working on this before, and one of them was also our partner team from University of Montpellier. That Felix is one of the co-authors of this article, as you have opportunity to see in the beginning, and starting to the definition of participation seeing that participation, there are several kinds of participation, of course, and we are talking in much of this process in participation for social purposes sometimes, but also for artistic purposes, but different levels of involvement of people, professional, non-professional in this. And for us it was also clear, in spite of it may not be clear in some situations, that this project would be, that this participation would be with a community or in a community, but even if the notion of the community was not consensual, and we were seeing during the project that this notion of community can be very diverse, people in that community or in that process of participation can be involved more actively or more passively in the process. So we gone through the different things or different ways that communities can be involved in these creative processes in different degrees and different phases, in research process, in co-producing, in co-designing, in co-curating, in co-programming, in discussing the results, and also after the process of creation, for instance, like more active audiences or so on. Or in some production decisions. This enabled us to reflect that we have different objectives. We, as partners and different partners of the project, have different objectives with these participation mechanisms and diverse visions of communities, of course, on this. Departing from this idea that participatory practice can be in several ways and involve different kinds of persons and different kinds of groups, we started from asking these questions to all the partners. What were our expectation on this? What is shared in these participative processes? What is the content and the perimeter of the exchange? With whom is this made? What are the social characteristics of the participants that are diverse? How is it shared? What are the modalities of participation? To what extent? What are the relations of power on this? And why are we sharing? What are the expected impacts that we have on this? Departing from this, we asked also to the partners to look to previous participation processes in which they were involved, and to give us identify the positive and the negative aspects of that processes. And with that information, we were discussing in one of the workshops what are the goals and expected impacts that we had at these 3-4 levels that we have here. On the participants, on the cultural organizations and their relations that they have with the audiences, on the artists, the creative processes and the productions, and on cultural policies. And so we adopt these 4 dimensions, and these 4 dimensions are the basis for the toolkit that we have. These dimensions and these kinds of drivers that were the result of the discussion with the partners. And so we had the toolkit after that. The toolkit is not more than this, a set of grids. A grid for observation of the process, 3 grids for interviews or for focus groups, for realizing focus groups to the artists or interviews to the artists, to the participants, that is the communities, and for the institutions or the partners involved, and a grid for the synthesis of the information of the previous ones. And then a flyer with the systematization of procedures. So there is an observation guide for gathering information that is collected in the direct observation that we required all the partners to do on all the process. This is just an example of part of it. It's not quite fancy in terms of design here, but it's the way it was used. The interview grids for used in focus groups. In this case, the communities that were involved, we were calling them the hosting communities. Then another grid to the interview artists, and the partners were required to interview the artists in the process. And then an interview grid for the partner institutions or for the institutions to try to assess the impact in the institutions themselves. Then, with the information that has collected with these instruments, we require to each one of the involved to fill in a collaborative way a frame that was a synthesis of all the information that we had in the previous ones. And that is a base of collection of information, but also it's the base for the reflexivity. The idea is to be filled in together by people and to discuss and to have some kind of knowledge accumulated and transferred within this process. So, in parallel to this, we have a flyer with the systematization of procedures, particularly in the systematization of the procedure and decision that we made to the application in this specific project that we have here, the example. Well, the operationalization within stronger periphery, this toolkit, the idea is to be used after this, but the operationalization with the Stronger Peripheries project required the establishment of some procedures and rules in order to guarantee comparability of the results. And so we defined some rules for each tandem for the application of these and some procedures that were defined, and I will not stress this here too much, but just the importance of the reflexive process that was for us the important part of this, to make that the people involved would reflect and feeling this were thinking a little bit about the process and about the effects of it. And so this is the rules that are here with the implementation that we discussed and we implement in the process. So this process, then it was the application of the toolkit, and the process unfolded in a variable way, quite variable in the various tandems that reflect, on one hand, the diversity of the creative and the artistic process and the way that artists defined community, their artistic process in terms of participation, in terms of the relation with territory and community were quite different, and of course that is natural. But also, principally, the characteristic, the rhythms, and the conditions that each partner team had to implement the toolkit that were quite different. Well, in terms of results, in the text that we have in the book, we have a detailed description of these results, of the analysis of the results, with the analysis of all the framework grids, all the syntheses of the tandems concluded until now. That is divided in these four dimensions, the 4 dimensions that we were mentioning. The impacts on participants, on cultural institutions, on the artists and the creative processes, and on social transformation and cultural policies. I will go briefly into these results. I think probably this is the most important part, but also the more extensive and difficult to have a synthesis in 15 minutes. We have, for each of the categories that we have been working before, we have a synthesis of conclusions in general for this. Participants enjoyed, in terms of the intensity, the pleasure, the experience of the persons, or the persons who are we talking about here in participants, are the people involved in as hosting communities in the process, or as communities in the process, in the participation process. In general, they enjoyed their experience and felt pleasure and recognition and credit for their participation. The experience, however, was quite diverse according to the level of participation, which was quite diverse, in fact. There are some examples there. And in cases of active spectatorship, the way people experience the performance can be also quite different as a consequence of their personal stories, their traumas, their social cultural backgrounds that make them relate differently with the process. And in some cases that happen. In terms of the artistic curiosity, the interest, the openness to new forms and perspectives, development of skills, and so on, even if in some cases the process of engaging people from the communities was challenging, in fact, after overcoming this barrier, people are generally curious and genuinely interested in the process and involved in the discussions. Or in the topics that were underneath this. In some cases, the artistic process was not based in deep relation with people, but rather on listing their statements or stories. But even in their cases, people committed to discuss and the knowledge to be listened. There is no clear evidence of an increase in cultural capital of people or general skills of people, except in very specific cases and very specific examples. But naturally, simply in people who are already part of the art was or related with those institutions, and in many cases we have situations like that. And all this would be expected given the short period of the residence and short period of all the implementation of the process. Third level is the socialization, the impacts in terms of socialization, integration of people, empowerment, political transformation, extension of participation. And in this case, some of the processes focus on mobilization of a pre-existing community or group, while others effectively build communitarian relations among people that share common attributes. For all participants, the level of socialization, integration, and the sense of belonging of their relations with the group is directly related to the characteristics of the participatory mechanisms and the artistic process that were very different again in the different tandems and in the different artistic projects. In some specific cases, process led to empower more specific individuals, and in other cases to collective awareness of a problem or a change of a specific group or a specific community, of course, despite the short period and all the limitations of the process. Second level of impact, it's on cultural organizations and their relations with the audience and communities. Concerning the aspect of deepening this relation, involvement, and with the community, the project confirms that becoming a co-creator, co-actor, co-designer, co-owner is a long-term process, and it depended on a multitude of factors that not of them were possible in a short period of time of the project, of course. On the one hand, these take time to maturate and consolidate. On the other hand, they require specific conjugations of values, interests, and possibilities in specific moments of time that are not always possible. Depends on the individuals, institution life cycles, and so on that are changing and different. Even in if we have long-term results on this relation, even if these results are not palpable in the long term, the fact is that institutions raise their awareness on this, and their action is naturally targeting this deepening of the relation with audience, reaching their involvement, and the promotion of a certain sense of belonging to community. And we have this awareness raising in most, even in the institutions that were not so into this kind of process and participations. We believe that it raised a little considerable with this process. There are several specificities of being in Southern Europe in reality that apply to this, particularly in the institutional terms and the cultural context that condition the practices that we have here. In terms of achieving the fact of participants becoming new audiences and involving new audiences, new ways of reaching audiences, except very particular cases, there is no clear evidence that the people involved in the process became new or regular audience of the project's various institutions. Probably it would not be expected that results for such brief process could be generated in this regard. And it would be expected that long-term relations will raise for the recurrency of these practices. It is important to notice, though, that in many cases these participants got acquainted for the first time with these venues, or with these, or these persons in some cases with these venues, and this potentially will be interesting in the communication with the venues. There is a specific case of Arboreto that is the project allowed to diversify the communities engaged in their regular activities. In terms of the openness of the venues and institutions to local communities, the partners involved in the project are again quite different, not just in their relation with the involving communities, but also in their expectations regarding the artistic participatory projects. The project contributed decisively to problematize and complexify what can be participation and active involvement of the communities. Progressively along the project and along the different tandems, and also the selection process that are an important part of this, the notion of community and participatory processes was evolving and being complexified by the partners, and that is a great achievement with all the process, enriching the discussions and their practices and the ways, for instance, as the artists were selected in the process. It is expected that in their regular activities, all the partners would be more sensitive to these kind of processes, even if the incentives would shift from these kinds of practice to another things, because of course incentives are, both in terms of funding but also in reputation issues, are very important on this. Okay, thanks. In terms of the impacts on artists, creative processes and productions, we have impacts at several levels. I'll try to be quite brief on this also. But in terms of the working conditions of the artists within the project and the links with local structure and communities, regardless the difference between countries, and there are different importance from the departing point. For instance, producing in France is not the same thing of producing in Serbia or in Croatia and so on, and the conditions are completely different. Artists have to have access to working conditions that are not so frequent, particularly in the initial stages of their international careers, including the facilities and everyday life circumstances during residencies and productions. The way tandems have been designed with research and creative residence periods allow the exploitation of interconnections, even if for short periods, related to different contexts and territories, as well new possibilities concerning community development and thematic approaches. Most artists stress that this practice would be more rich and fruitful if they had opportunities to establish long-term conditions with these communities and territories. Previous experience of partners and specific communities and background in these kind of processes often facilitate working conditions and the artistic processes on this. The partner conditions, the programming space, the fact of being festivals, municipalities, and so on, influences since the beginning the calls and the selection process of the artist, as well as the scope of the project, artistic project that we have, the relation with the community, and in some cases the degree of freedom in dealing with artistic choices in those matters. For instance, kinds of participation required, the types of communities envisaged, the levels of flexibility of residence, and so on. The original design of the project distinguished the role of co-producer 1 and co-producer 2 in each processes with different material conditions, and that have impact on the artistic process also, and in some tandems it has been relevant. In terms of the experimentation, the innovation, new artistic language that could be developed, we have here the artistic profile of each partner. The artistic results reflect the greater or lesser openness to experimentation of the competing artists, of the selected ones for the workshop of each tandem, and at the end, the ones that were selected to the creation. The idea of having the 6 topics that we have in the 12 tandems was some of the art. It was not they were big umbrellas, but they were not followed directly by all of them in the creative process, more for ones than others. Some of the artists presented themselves with projects that were already in great stage of maturation, not being in some cases so open to adapt their narratives, their methodological process, and their artistic contents to the predefined thematic. The discrepancy of attitudes and profiles was very visible, being the attitudes and decisions of the selection committee regarding these very diverse among the different tandems again. The overall design of the project enhanced the potential openness to new ideas, to new thematics, new artistic practices, innovative artistic languages, at least at the individual level, enabling the trial-error behaviors, at least for some artists. That was challenging for some of them. The multilingual feature and multicultural feature of the project added some challenges to this, to the creative process, particularly in production requirements. On the one hand, intercultural skills and language proficiency of some artists resulted to the artistic work and creative process, in a competitive advantage in the selection processes. On the other hand, some barriers to the artistic work and creative process, for instance, the need for language translation, the need to multicultural recognition codes, for instance, made impossible the selection of some projects, resulting, for instance, in the overrepresentation of non-verbal communication forms with the project that were selected. Despite these universal features, the universal difficulties in valuing what is artistic quality and the inevitable static diverse positions, the partners tend to highlight the relevance of the process regarding the final product or results. This is unanimously recognized as being one of the project, in the core of the project, and is in the aim of the creative process here. Artistic quality can be acknowledged and be redefined by the intervening parties in multiple ways, and artists involved tend to stress increasing aspects such social interconnection, authenticity, encounter, rather than a simple version of artistic quality along their involvement in the creative process. All these tensions were discussed along several workshops and moments in the project, recalling the classical debates between ethics and aesthetics, recurrent when dealing with the social role of the art and artistic practice with communities and participatory arts, and the positions of the partners are naturally different regarding to this. Then we have also reflected on the impacts. You are seeing here that we have the different kinds of impacts that we have also here in the relations between audience communities, the relations that were established, and I invite you to analyze these in the paper. We have also in the final dimension, the impacts on cultural policy and social transformation. The conclusions regarding to these, they are not so clear as in the previous three dimensions. The social responsibility of art and the social impact was regularly discussed, with particular emphasis on the workshops and selection of artists. But this transfers to the idea that the cultural and artistic processes are important in terms of social transformation, but the awareness of contemporary social transformation, social changes, and the way they raise in their actions, for instance, call for proposal, selection process, and so on, is quite responsive to what are the challenges or the common challenges of these days in society. But there is no clear evidence of these results. It's very difficult, for instance, in terms of policies, to extract direct implications or suggestions in terms of public policies. Even public policies for culture were broadly discussed at several months of the project. This is very difficult. And suggestions for cultural policies are essentially focused on demonstration effects achieved, rather than extracting new principles or new ways of new criteria that could be as examples for designing new policies or recommendations for public action at the national, local, or European level. On the contrary, that is clear the existence of reflection by the partners or recommendation for the improvement of their own activity and their improvement in a project like this. And so the reflexivity on what is their role in the process more than what are public policies. Concluding regarding this part of the work, reflection process is not usual for all the persons involved normally, and this toolkit is now available for that, and can be applied in future occasions within or without the stronger periphery partners. These results enable us to have some reflections on the process, that there are different levels of involvement of the partners, different levels of knowledge, motivations, interests. It will maybe expect a high level of commitment by some partners in some moments, as this was a co-constructed tool, but it reflects a lack of analytical position facing the participation process that stands as a challenge for the future application of the toolkit. And it reflects something that is transversal to our cultural sector, that is the lack of competencies and time by the teams for a more systematic and abstract analysis of the process and of the data that we have here. This toolkit must be seen in future application as a flexible instrument to be adapted to particular circumstances, rather than a fixed grid that we have that it should be adapted in the same perspective always. I don't know if it's better to have a break and discuss this one before the others, or if you are in a, because this is. No, yeah, we can wrap up. So I'll do this and pass the word to Margarida. That was the first toolkit. The second toolkit was the toolkit to assess the cultural audiences in southern peripheries. And in this case, we are also a text on this on the book that discusses this process of co-construction. The objective was more traditional, to monitor the audiences, to improve the knowledge on publics, and that was something that was required also by the partners. And naturally, we try to involve the partners in the co-construction of this toolkit that will be available, not just in the book that we have here, but also in an online platform that can be used by the project partners and others after the project also. The process started assuming the diversity of partners. Again, this idea of diversity, I think, is fundamental. Assuming that they have different interests, different motivations, and different implementation conditions. And so also they have quite distinct distinctions from country to country, from type of partner to type of partner, to the existing information that they had, the levels of treatment that they were able to do, the types of audiences envisaged in the process, and the conditions to achieve audiences and to treat data. And so, facing this diversity, we need to have a common base. And we worked with all the partners in the adaptation, applicability through a project in different moments, also with workshops and meetings online, several meetings, and try to articulate also the work of the two toolkits. And the discussion started with opening a little, huge kind of possibilities of over the information that I had, of you, some of them are you, and departing for this diversity of motivations of the partners, we try to develop a tool that was customized for the specific needs of this process in Stronger that can be used also later. And Margarida would talk a little bit about this now.
Hi everyone. I will read to control the. Okay. So, therefore, the subject of the toolkit will have to give an answer to this multiplicity of circumstances and expectations. All the aim of this toolkit is to be used in Stronger Peripheries, but also outside the project activities. It needs to have a common base and knowledge by all. That will be also indispensable to collect and analyze the data about the activities conducted along Stronger Peripheries and report about its results by the same token. It would allow to begin a discussion on the potential similarities of Southern European peripheries audiences in participatory art. Anyway, it was always assumed as a flexible instrument or instruments with a modular basis and that would have common parts to be used always and other models that could be used in whole or in part. Work with partners on the adaptation, applicability of the toolkits throughout the project in different moments, workshops, meetings, online, was needed. That resulted in a kind of consultants process to create something that is much more flexible and customizable by all institutions, given the specific conditions that partners have to implement it. The process was conducted in order to have a tool to be applied from the first artistic presentations of Stronger Peripheries. This implied an intense and fruitful debate among the partners during the first months of the project regarding the contents and potential procedures to adopt. In these sessions, the needs and the pragmatic constraints conditions to this application of the survey was discussed with each partner, as well as the information that each of them were already collecting with other sources, as Pedro had said, and the diversity, we said, of interest regarding the dimensions, audiences analysis that should be privileged as already evident at this stage. Though some questions was, does the institution apply regular or occasional instruments to collect data about their audiences? What kind of tools are used for that? What kind of information about your audience was available? Is there any previous report, study, survey on the audiences available to be analyzed or used, etc.? What kind of information we have. So we have a discussion. If it was presential or online, what is bold is what we decided. It was presential, in paper, digitally, tablet, okay? At the moment, just after of the event or in a moment after the event, we decided at the moment just after of the event, self-completion or completion by an inquirer, and the language. The language was very important because it was very important that the language was of the partners in the different languages. A collective working meeting with all project partners was a fundamental, as I said, step in discussion, where the research team confront the partners with this set of fundamental options to be made. Several pragmatic aspects were addressed, such as the type of survey and type of application, the language, as I said, type of end users address, conditions for the application of the survey by the partner, or data ownership, various possibilities of models or analytical dimensions of the audiences. You have here 10 dimensions, analytical, and after these analytical dimensions of the questionnaire survey were discussed, and the research team of ISCTE worked with the partners on the adaptation applicability throughout the project. This was in July 221 in Zagreb, where some decisions, as I said, all the Zagreb workshop, an attempt was made to adjust the questionnaire by changing and or adding some questions sent by the partners. It was also clearly assumed to articulate the two toolkits, as Pedro said, audiences analysis toolkit and quality of participation toolkit. Several commitments were agreed in this workshop that were the basis of the application of audiences analysis instruments throughout stronger peripheries. This included the hosting of the survey and database at an online open access in a platform, and the commitment to make available the questionnaire in the several languages, as I said, of the southern peripheries. This decision was essential so that this instrument continues to be used in the future by these partners and other cultural institutions beyond the closure of the project. The partners have different positions and conditions in the application of the questionnaire survey, as well as the interests are diverse, depending on their characteristics, obvious. For instance, some have venues, others organize activities in venues that belong to others, and others are intermediaries that have no direct access to the audiences. Even so, this was not the main goal for the development of the toolkit, which was the empowerment of the partners to analyze their audiences. An effort was made to apply it in the project's activities and to characterize their audiences. Therefore, a condition to enable the toolkit to be used in stronger peripheries and analyze and report its results would be at least the same criteria would be applied for the analysis regarding the type of data collected and conditions of application of the instrument. The options was to apply the toolkit at least in the premieres, in each tandem, and under the same conditions by all partners, guaranteeing in-person application and at the end of the activities. This is, I think it's very important, the co-construction of the toolkit was the practice followed in this project. But one of the objectives was and I said again, to empower the partners to autonomously use the toolkit after the stronger peripheries. A continuous support was offered by the research team to the partners throughout all projects in bilateral or multilateral online meetings, clarifying doubts and methodological criteria to be adopted in activities of the project. So this is the survey. We have 10 groups: experience, conditions, motivations for the experience, planning the experience context, values, experience evaluation, values attributed to the experience, direct impacts, and characteristics obvious, the characterization of the survey respondents. This toolkit that result from this co-construction process comprise the survey and the different options procedures for its implementation. The instrument is organized in a modular system covering different topics on, as we said, in analytic dimensions. The toolkit, as I said, the toolkit is available in several languages as application in native language. The audience survey toolkit can be applied in a triple perspective, and before its utilization, the user must choose in which perspective the data must be collected. One is if what is at stake is the relation of audiences with the venue, space, place when the activities occur. This is the first option that we used. Second, it is the relation the audiences develop with the institution, which promotes the activities. And the third, it's the relation the audiences develops with the festival cycle. So I will present you some results of the analysis, data analysis. Even if the conditions of applicability were exhaustively debated and negotiated among partners, and a set of precise procedures to follow was agreed, in fact, it was not always easy to accomplish. A certain degree of imponderable circumstances always occurs, especially when someone is experimenting a new instrument and train it for future applications. Therefore, in some cases, the data collected was not so extensive and rich as expected to be. But we must remember that the main focus of this toolkit development process is the capacity building of the cultural agents involved to analyze their audiences. I will present aggregate results that were analyzed for all tandons activities developed until February 2024. Naturally, in this study, it is not possible to measure the representativeness of the activities audiences. The selection of respondents was accidental, and the size of the samples depends on the logistical conditions of the partners, as well as on the availability of the audiences. So, there were observed very different samples. It is also important to notice that in a stronger peripheries case, the weight of invited people attending sessions was quite relevant in some cases, what can condition the analysis of the data. So we have here some data And for gender, you have 71% of respondents are in the female category, 2% are non-binary. Despite the high dispersion in age distribution, here we have a box plot, age between 13 and 81 years old, 50% of the central values of the distribution are in the age group between 25 and 50 years. The average is 38 years. Here you have the educational degree and the employment status. Approximately, as you can see, 61% of the respondents have a higher education degree, tertiary education. However, there are still 26.2% who have only concluded upper secondary education, of which 50% are between 20 and 40 years old. More than 60% of the respondents are employed, followed for students 21.3%. Among these, 50% have completed upper secondary education. 66% of respondents practice or study arts. About the motivations for the experience, the main motivations declared among the 329 respondents, we have 330 respondents of participating in these activities are related to the interest in the artistic object, 41.9%, and the subject topic, 32.8%. Other motivations quite referred where the recommendation of someone close, they are more 22.5%, and the interest of the artist intervened 21.9%. If you analyze the evaluation, we have 6 predefined types of experience, then an event can provide when presented for the evaluation. Learning intellectual experience, emotion sensations, artistic delight, conviviality, fun entertainment, and body activation. As you can see, they are all similar, and they are high. This is from one scale, from 1 unimportant to 7 extremely important. So you have all between 6 and 7. The 50% of the respondents are there, and the first 50% have the 6. In relation to who asked the only one that is different is the body activation. It's less analyzed degrees. For the 2 minutes, okay. On on average of the respondents' assessment of their overall experience in the event activity, there are extremely satisfactory, 6.1 average percent, and for 80%, the degree of satisfaction is between 6 and 7. For this, you have regarding the possibility to participate in another event, and the same value, the same venue, institution, you have, you have 92.9%. So it's very positive, the evaluation. The values attributed to a cultural experience, confronting the audience with the values that they attribute in a cultural experience. Among 327 respondents, the most valued values are art as a social and political transformation, 40.4%. New forms of experimentation in arts, 37.9%. Culture as a common good and different cultural expressions. And finally, the most important values identified over 329 respondents are empathy, care, and solidarity, 46.2%. Justice, equity, and diversity, inclusiveness, and accessibility, 32.5%. Open-mindedness, 31.5%, and experimentation, creativity, 30.1%. Okay, the conclusions after we can talk about this. Thank you.
Well, 5 minutes. I just briefly, I will just give you some hints on what is our work in the monitoring of the project and the impact assessment, apart from these two toolkits. That is the third text that we'll have in the book, and I will just skip into a synthesis of some of the hints and try to explain what is the approach that we had. We have making an impact assessment at 3 different levels that will be available there. A processual evaluation, focus on the implementation of the activities of the project, an identification of the challenges and to participatory processes and to the future action by the cultural agents in these kind of projects, and an exploratory synthesis of the diversity types of impacts, social, environmental, and artistic, and economic, and so on, based on the self-assessment of the people. And so, of course, this task is necessarily complex, and the impact assessment must be multidimensional and requires a time frame and a distance that are not easily compatible with the scope of 4 years of the project. Different methodologies were used, direct observations, structured interviews, the surveys and the focus groups that we had in the toolkits also. This is important for us because this is important to reflect on the impacts of the project, but also to the challenge to the participatory practices in performing arts, and that was an essential part of our analysis here. So we have these 3 levels, as I was saying. I'm just referring for the level A and C and give you here some of the things that we have identified in the level B. In terms of the level A, the idea was to make a processual evaluation focused on the implementation of the activities. There are different kinds of activities in the project, as we have referred before. The artistic strategies, the capacity building activities, and the reflection on public policies were the 3 pillars. And these are some examples of the things that we have in the text that you can see later, not now, but with the topics some of the topics that were approached in these issues, for instance, the response to the COVID crisis, but also the partners' attitude toward the project, the functioning of the tandems, the artistic processes, the workshops, and so on, how each of the parts of the project was implemented, and what are the conclusions about that. The second level, and this one I would also in 5 minutes I will just skip here to I will just try to identify here the main challenge and just enumerate them. The main challenges that we were identifying as important to reorganize these kind of projects and to, of course, also to think about the second edition of this project for now. That is a reflection that is going on within the partners. So these are the challenges. There are quite a few, so I will just say them. The reflection on what is our role as a cultural southern network, the capacity of keeping a permanent openness to explore along our process and to innovate, challenging what are the contemporary cultural production practices, the approaches to the different communities and their role in these kinds of artistic processes. It's something that we are not all agreeing. Think to whom are addressed the processes and to whom are addressed the results. To keep open-mindedness into other ways of thinking and working in the southern context that are different from other parts of the world. The relevance of being together to challenging the contemporary cultural production and empowerment of skills and enhancement that are different in southern context. The balance between artistic results and the relevance of the processes, as well the debates about artistic quality, of course. The discussion on the relevance of the ethical mechanisms along the process versus the static results of the artistic production. The discussion on the desire or not to risk or to open to new artistic topics or new artistic profiles. To maintain or not the artistic selection process that we have now, the kind of calls and workshops. To improve and in-deep the articulation between the participants in the process. To understand the profile of the mediators and connects and their relevance in the process. To give space and particularly time to the processes to be. To enable residents to accomplish their role on one hand with specific work with communities and to provide time for the artists. To enable conditions to enhance touring perspectives and more presentations by the co-producers, to broaden the agendas and topics for the creation, to balance work and personal lives, assure the sustainability of the process with the territories and the communities, to assure economic and social and environmental outcome of the projects to the communities, to assure economic, artistic, social, pragmatic sustainability during the project, during the process, to assure the commitment between all the partners involved during the project and in the long term, to avoid the level of bureaucracy and linguistic barriers intimidate potential participants or partners to involve in this kind of projects, to guarantee the artistic projects are territorially embedded and that these projects articulate local anchorage with global dynamics, to safeguard informality and conflict as crucial to creative production, to ensure that the horizontal logics and fair articulation between structures and partners underlying the capacitation, to guarantee a safe space for these kind of creations and processes in the context of radicalism and polarization of contemporary societies, that is particularly important in some of the countries that we are working on, to enhance the capacity of this process and stakeholders and these kind of projects to inform and influence public policies, to ensure the stakeholders with policy-making competence involved in the project commit to deliver results on their regular action, to ensure that new investment in this kind of projects is targeted essentially to its end users and not to feed intermediate structures, and to continue and promote advocating the multidimensional value of culture as fundamental component of sustainable development. These are the challenge that we can discuss if you want, of course, after this. Finally, just to finish, the level C of assessment is something that we are doing with a self-assessment tool that some of you already know, that we are asking for each of the persons involved in the project to assess what was the impacts that they see in the project in 75, in a tool with 75 dimensions, with these 75 indicators, sorry, with these 15 sub-dimensions that we have here. This is an example of a preliminary exercise that we made in the workshop in Zagreb. Some of you would remember. Now we will ask you in the next few days to ask again all the persons involved in the project to deliver a self-assessment made with this tool, also with all your participation. And thank you to all of you. Thanks.
Is it working? Yes. Hi. Thank you for an excellent presentation. I learned a lot. and from your presentation about the project itself, and thank you for the amazing work that you did in terms of framing this research and conducting it. So I'd like to open space for questions from the audience and their comments or inspirations, reflections, because you also took part in a lot of these activities of how they were thought of and also how they were implemented and how they will be implemented. And then after your questions and comments, I'll have a couple of questions too. So thanks.
First of all, congratulations. You did a wonderful job. I think it's very impressive and very clear, the presentation you did. Some of the results are a little bit surprising from my point of view, which probably depends of the sample that we have been using. So, and you said this, so the members of the Stronger Periphery Consortium are very specific ones with some specific orientation, and also we mix in a way different levels of participation, and that could explain, I think, some of these. Specifically, I was surprised by when you said that you didn't see an increase of cultural capital from the people who were having a kind of strong participation in the residences, etc. So about the audience participating in the proposals. No? So maybe it's because there are quite different goals in these residences, even on the artistic proposals. And I think that I see that there is this asymmetries, the internal asymmetries of the projects could explain that the results are maybe not as we could expect. So, so probably it's part of the heterogeneity of the experiences that we had been analyzing, you had been analyzing. So that's why it's difficult to see correlations that we could expect from our previous hypothesis. So that's something that probably needs a much more focus if we want to get results. And now I connect this with even the concept of toolkit. I'm not sure this is a toolkit. I'm quite sure this is an analytical approach, but a toolkit maybe is something much more defined and precise, which doesn't fit very well sometimes with the ambiguities and the diversities of the cultural experiences. But in any case, in general, I really enjoy a lot your presentation. I think it's a great advance, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luis, for the questions. The first, I agree completely with you when you talk about this heterogeneity, conditioning results. But we have here one important question, that is, when we were talking about the lack of evidence in terms of the increase of cultural capital, it was not in the audiences, but it was in the hosting communities. And so in the participants in the process in the hosting communities. And it's based, of course, on the information that people gave us. Mm-hmm. But it's natural on one hand because we are talking about a short-term period and a very short kind of involvement of people. But anyway, there are some specific cases. For instance, we are regularly speaking about the case in Moita, for instance, but a specific case of particular people that is clear the increase in cultural capital and the involvement in art world, for instance, in some specific cases. But of course, just in long term. In terms of the audiences, it's not clear. We can see that the pattern of the people that is assisting the activities is clearly influenced by the fact of being invitations of all the partners and being premiers of all partners. We can see in several of the questions, including capital cultural, comparing with other studies in the area, but also in the motivations to go to the event that are very different from the others. For instance, reasons like going with someone and things like that are very low comparing to the normal service on this area. Regarding your second question, the toolkit and the analytical framework, I'm not sure if I agree totally, because this is the construction, the co-construction, and so it's the result of the co-construction. And the issue in one toolkit and in the another, but particularly in the quality of participation toolkit, I think, more than the other. The other is more standard, but it's the difference, that's why I was so insisting on the difference of the partners, because the interests and motivations of people are completely different, of the partners. And we are partners that are networks of municipalities, partners that are presenting venues that program and present space, partners that are essentially dealing with European projects and funding social transformation. And so we are, or environment transformation, and we are talking about different people with different motivations. And the result is something for us is important as an analytical tool, I agree completely, but it has the purpose that has that, that's the results. But thank you for the question. I don't know if you want to add something.
There was someone else, I think.
Just have to, because you're in the dark, so just when you raise your hand, can it be a bit higher so I can really see it?
Okay.
Because of the lights.
Thank you. I will stand up. Thank you for a very, very valuable presentation and work actually you have done. I sincerely hope we will be able to obtain this presentation, because it was a little bit hard to follow in details. I'm dealing with a similar topic, or at least audiences. And for me it was very interesting, this statement or fact that there is no clear evidence that they would become an audience. I must admit I don't know much about the project itself and partners and what type of activities and so on and so forth. But just now for clarification, they wouldn't become an audience of the particular cultural institution or organization, or they wouldn't go through the same process. So what they've been going through, is it a cultural activity itself, which should become a regular activity of the organization, or is it a side event that should support main activities of the organization? So just that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that is, it's very clear that for us, in the answer of the persons, that it's the recurrency to the same venue or to the same institution. People that are not used to go to that place, they go there, but there are no clear signs that they will constitute a new relation with the venue and the institution. By their declarations. But on the contrary, they are quite interested at becoming again in the same kind of processes. So in that sense, they manifest their interest to be there and to pass again from the same kind of processes. Of course, this is different from partner to partner for institutions, because there are some partners that have for many times worked with the community or with specific persons of those communities, and in some partners are in the same tandems, the same persons in the same communities are again in this participative process after being in others. So in that case, there is a relation that is established for many times.
Any other comments? Another question here.
Hi, it's really nice to see the result of our work together now put in a few slides. Thank you. It's just a comment. I was very much struck when you, Margarida, presented the result of the values, as the audience remarked, were the most important values for them as well, what they value the most in cultural experience, which really match the values of the project. And this is so uncanny. I mean, when they say that this, I value art as social and political transformation, this is the core of our project. So we want to place art at the center of societal transformation. So this was very moving to see, as it is apparently transversal throughout all of our countries. And also interesting to note how we know from studies made in Portugal that cultural audiences are mostly skilled workers or with higher educational levels, also probably in a level of income that is not among the lowest, so they are not depleted persons. And this is also interesting to observe. It's possibly a common trait among all of us. I mean, it's a small sample, and we know it's hard to generalize from this, but interesting regardless. And I was wondering also regarding gender, because there is a huge gap between female and male, of course non-binary, but between female and male. This is speculating, but can it be that women are just generally more cooperative in this sort of situation of would you respond to a survey, or does it translate, how our audience looks like? This is a very tiny question, but mostly it's a comment, thank you, and also interesting to note this correspondence between the project and its audiences.
Just one comment, apart from the question that we cannot extrapolate these conclusions for others, so as you said. No, but just one thing. For us, of course, these are aggregate results, and it will be, the sample is not so low, it's what it is for this, but it's for the generality of the project. But the situation, we see that is very different from tandem to tandem and from artistic experience to the artistic experience. So in some of the, not in all, but in some things. So for us, the important, and from the beginning, the importance of this is not the results that we achieved here, is the capacity that the partners can have now to apply this and the resources that they have to need and skills that they can have in each of the institutions to apply now this and to try to use this in their regular activity, so, and to go further in this.
And we didn't present here tandem to tandem, but we have that results, and the partners are achieve that results, and it's interesting to see if in same tandem, producer 1 or 2, they are similar, but that is only possible if you have the sample more or less not the same, but you can't extrapolate to the universe, but it is interesting. Okay.
Thank you. I have a question for you, because we mentioned the category, concept, or conceptual terrain, better to say, of social transformation often. So I would like to know more how within the project you conceptualized, problematized this, what counts as social transformation, and whether you discussed with your participants or with the audience what for them is social transformation, because this is just kind of too wide. In the end, it can just be like, I want to change things for the better. But what inside the project, but also within the consortium, within the partners and in your discussions with the audience, how have you maybe fleshed out this concept of social transformation, or is that something that's coming or you haven't? Yeah. So thanks.
I can start. Sincerely, I think it's one of the concepts of the project that was not so much tackled. We were discussing so much participation, what is community, what are the operational questions, the South, peripheries, and so on. And we have always, generally in the mind of the people, and as one of the values, as Clara was saying, the idea of social transformation, but we are not in deepening discussion, in deepening what is. In some of the expressions, even in the meetings in the parties, is to change, particularly societal change, at least the climate change and so on, things like that. Others is destroy capitalism or whatever. It's understood in different. It will be. It's one. I think it's one of the challenges, and most than that, I think it's one of the problems when we had so low results in our discussion, even in these dimensions. It's the dimension, the political transformation, social transformation, is a dimension where the results are under our expectations, clearly, of the reflection in the group and all what people say, what artists say, what partners say, and what communities say, particularly.
But maybe for this kind of question, maybe not necessarily a survey with the audience, but a focus group or monitoring a panel of subjects would be better to tackle the issues of social transformation as a method, which is just something that I'm interested in, and probably only people here. So thanks for that. We have a question here and then there.
Hello. I also commend you for great work. And I'm not a part of the project, so I'm kind of zooming out. And I was thinking, what would you say it is the European added value of funding projects like this? I'm sorry for the market speak. Why should the EU continue funding projects like this in the future? And I'll just contextualize my question in the light of some of your conclusions. It seems that once again, many results regarding impact are time dependent. And by definition, European projects are time limited. So there's no way, regardless of how sophisticated your analytical tools are and how dedicated to the project you are, there's no way you're going to find out profound changes in a 3-year or 2-year period. So could it be that we're making the wrong questions? That would be my question to you in the light of European funding.
Can we take another question as well, and then we'll wrap up this session after the answers, obviously.
Well, it was a little bit by the same direction. I mean, it looks like a great job, and but anyway, it looks like disappointing in terms of there's no evidences. So it's something about a new way to go. So we all know we have to go by this way, but anyway, there's no evidences. And so this is nice, but at the same time, it's really disappointing. But the second question, or just a reflection of this, is compare with what kind of studies like this we have it before. So now we have the first, or one of the first, no evidences of this line, but what about the other lines? So what about what we were doing before? So we have no evidences now, but we don't have it anyway of the other way of working. So compare with what?
Regarding Vanya's question, and the two questions, in fact, in terms of certain disappointment regarding the social change, social and not change of the results, I think there are two layers here. We are not so disappointed like this. Maybe it's what we get through passing here, because we talk essentially about the two toolkits and the perception that people in the project have about this, and the people that we talk to in their personal lives and in the processes. But we didn't tackle too much the impacts part. And the impacts part, we identified some things in the project and the challenges essentially here looking for an operational objective that we have now in the project, that is to make another application after this and try to see what we should change or could change after this. So it's more operative, the lens. But in fact, there are some changes, and some of them we are expecting them to have the new results of the self-assessment also on this. And we have specific change in the lives of persons. And so a specific change in the life of particular persons, and probably it's not the objective of a project like that, or to have the expectations of change things in 4 years, change the cultural tissue, change the cultural, the art worlds, change the relation with communities, change, but to give, but in fact the project, and we can systematize that, the project have some steps in each of these things, and change the personal life of some persons involved in the communities, change and gave opportunity to the several artists in the world to work and to progress in the internationalization of their careers, gave some possibility of institutions to adapt and to transmit knowledge and to adapt to new ways of working, a new process of entering in participative process and so on that they were not used to. And so there are several increases in the project that we can have as a balance, and we should have to our funder sponsor. When that, and so I think it's not so, of course, our ambitions of changing the world with a project like that must be a little bit, or even with art, that's something that we have been discussing several times, what should be our ambitions or not, that art should change the world, it's something that, well, going a little bit back to the heart, maybe we can show better what are these specific impacts for the 4 terms year that we have. But that leads to the Vanya's question about what's the use of using European or European citizens' money to fund these kinds of things. Of course, there is these impacts, I think, are important, that they should be referred. And of course, there is some kind of, I think, for all the people involved in the project, there is increase in skills, increase in knowledge, increase in transformation in the way of doing things. Some things that were spin-off to the communities, something that was spin-off to the artistic milieu in each of the countries, and there are effects like this, and that, for me, is a reason for the European Union to continue to fund things like this. And that's something that we'll have there. Other thing is how this money and how these projects are designed, and we have some issues on that, and how this money is used for us, even during the project, be it for economic, ecological, social reasons. It's very complicated to understand how we were using this money. We, not just we, all European projects are using this money. And if the effectively goes to the people, or if it's for structures, it's for services, for hotels and travel agencies and so on in the middle of this. And it's in fact, and it's one of our recommendations in terms of European Union. But I think all of us agree that it's still important to use European money to connect and to capacitate and connect the European artistic world, and it's part of it, and to promote the kind of processes that are very important, for instance, in many of the countries, in particular in the reality of, in this specific project, in the particular reality of the southern of Europe, with their specificities, to try to use other processes and to develop other processes to work in the artistic milieu, to work with other conditions that are different from the ones that are imposed or replicated from the north. And so it's very important that we can cooperate on that. And I think it's I think in the heart of the arguments that we should have to keep programs like this to go on. And for instance, one of the issues that we raised there is the importance that these kind of projects have in countries, like many of the countries that we have in the project, that are facing huge cuts and huge restrictions in terms of, even in terms of aesthetically or in terms of politically, of what are what is funded or not in artistic terms, what is enabled or not, what can be done in terms of participation. So the European project like this one is a escapatory to continue to do things. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Pedro, Margarita, and Ricardo, for an amazing session. If it's a short question, I don't know whether the audience agrees, but because we are already over time and we need to have a break. So maybe you can leave that question for the break time. Is it okay? Okay, thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much for the session.
Mine. I just wait for... Okay, then I can start. It is my great pleasure to present a keynote speaker, Kristina Lelovec, my colleague and a dear friend, also comrades from the independent cultural scene in North Macedonia, in Skopje. Kristina is one of the rare in our context who unites diverse experiences and knowledges as an actress, performer, performance maker, curator in performing arts, and share it with a great love with her students at the Faculty of Dramatic Arts in Skopje, where she is an associated professor and holds the position of a chair of the drama acting department. It is on one side a privilege to be there, but also it's a great challenge to be in this position in Skopje. For her, so she can maintain the university as a public space and also develop it as a critical one in very turbulent political circumstances in the southern periphery of Skopje. Being aware of this privilege of being a professor, she genuinely kindly shares all resources with care and gentleness and involves students in diverse situations, activities, and actions that are part also of the independent cultural scene, not only to enable them to perform and to be part of performing spaces and programs, but also to enhance their knowledge of what is in front of them, and what are the working conditions in the field, what are the needs to understand actually and to learn how to change this context, or how to understand what are the problems and how to act on them. She creates possibilities by sharing them, making the university to be a space of civil action and thinking, collaborating, and supporting each other. Thus, her interest is in critical pedagogies, which she is applying with a mission not only to teach on classics, but to enhance the curiosity on contemporary performing arts, and additionally, on feminist aspects in collaboration. She also performs as part of the independent theater and performance productions, and collaborates on devising performances in interdisciplinary artistic projects. She worked in diverse also positions in the civil sector as part of educational projects and programs, and she is a member of several activist initiatives for democracy and human and gender rights. She is really remarkable and also tireless. And you can speak about that, of course. And she's also a founder of TTINC organization that conducts activities to actively engage and support the women's rights, activists and independent artists in advocating improvement of the women's rights in our society. So she's also co-founder of a festival of feminist culture and action, Prvo pa žensko, or Firstborn Girl, which is a part of the activities of the TTINC organization, and specifically she is the curator of its performance program and performing arts platform, Rehearsing Feminist Futures. We started collaborating as organizations, as curators together, and more often practice this togetherness by presenting performances as joint programs, but also we created recently one program which is titled Dialogue That It's Missing, a discursive program that strives to enable dialogue between artists, audiences, and professionals on our scene, on the artistic processes, socio-relevant topics related to them, working conditions, and workers' rights. So Kristina today will talk more about all her curatorial efforts and other that are politically embedded in the feminist methods of curating as one that enable redistribution of power, enabling access, working conditions, and redistribution of resources, among other. She will have a keynote lecture performance, I would say, and I would say she will talk more about this through the example that I mentioned, and this is the platform Rehearsing Feminist Futures, which is a space throughout what the artists and collective initiatives are supported in the development of their practices by engaging them in a very open, motivating processes of creating, as I said, working together while being engaged with gender politics, re-questioning the normatively constructed gender identities. So she is building and practicing with this platform a convivial system that also affects the aesthetic outcomes, enabling experimenting and going beyond the conventional appearances. So now I will stop, dear all, and I have a great pleasure to leave the floor to my dearest Kristina Lelovec.
Thank you very much, Biljana, for this great introduction. I sincerely hope that I will do the justice of it now with this talk. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great privilege and pleasure. And thank you for organizing this conference. At the beginning, please let me ask you for a moment of silence so we bring to our awareness the suffering of all people affected by the occupation of Palestine and the ongoing genocide in Gaza. Thank you. Our current historical situation feels like a dead end. With all the current crises, terrors and wars, exploitations and extractions, oppressions and enslavements, expulsions and displacements, genocide and actual Holocaust happening at this moment in this world that gets almost impossible to love. But I strongly believe that these even brief moments of shared discomfort, grief, maybe shame, or even rage that we feel can make us feel a little less alone in whatever discomfort each of us feels. That we can reach out across the void and feel a moment of connectedness. Gatherings like this, where we spend days talking of exchange, support, solidarity, of ways to survive by not just working, but also being together, are representations of our shared deep belief that a better world is possible. I also believe that the following minutes that we will spend together will be encouragement for us not to be defeated by this brutal reality, to keep our desire and commitment to a better world by collective imagining, rehearsing, devising, embodying the utopia in which, in fact, is a revolutionary commitment. That is why I decided to organize the following minutes that we have to share together into three parts. The first being a presentation that I believe will open some space for discovering for someone, but maybe rediscovering for most of us. The second being a kind of a exhibition, let's say, or art presentation as an opportunity for imagining. And the last part which is kind of a, if you'd like, collaborative performance that will allow us to actually rehearse and embody this utopian glimmer of a better world that we desire. So I kindly ask you, even if you feel that this is not right, just to stay to the end, because the end is probably the best thing of this. I will start by presenting the Performing Arts Platform, Rehearsing Feminist Futures. As an example, I hope to articulate the potentialities of building alternative systems of support embedded in feminist principles, not just to support the independent artists, but also to support the development, the endurance of independent cultural scenes in our impediment context of our fragile societies, and also to support the development of contemporary performance practices. Let me just work through this. The platform was initiated in 2021 for redistribution of resources originally intended for the artistic program of the Festival of Feminist Culture and Action, Prvo pa žensko. And I encourage you to ask any of the people from the ex-Yugoslav cultural context. They will try to make a suitable English translation of the title. The festival is organized since 2013 by TITINK. As Biljana said, it's an organization that is affiliated with the local independent cultural scene in North Macedonia. The interdisciplinary program, and this only feminist culture and activist festival in the country, unfortunately, merges different approaches to the rethinking and representation of gender in art and critical practices. Let me just check whether I'm... Yes. For over 10 years, the festival, which is popular at local and regional level, has confronted stereotypes and questioned dominant narratives to offer itself as an inclusive space where the voices of the various minorities take the center of the stage. The key objective of the festival's performance program has always been to motivate the local performing arts scene to engage in the field of feminist performance, as we believe that feminist artistic practices lead to different, authentic, and political, artistically and socially relevant contemporary forms that are so needed on the local art scene that is presenting, maybe, I would dare to say, outdated conventional drama theater forms. We have been doing this by presenting contemporary feminist performances produced more broadly across the region, organizing artist talks and different discursive programs, as Biljana mentioned one before, engaging in regional co-productions, in collaborations with local organizations, and then the global pandemic happened. In a small and indigenous Balkan country at the periphery of the EU, in a never-ending transition and on equally endless path to the European integration, the pandemic just intensified the already unjust social disparities. The already scarce opportunities and the inadequate support from relevant institutions for independent artists, especially women artists who were active and still are active in the field of performing arts, disappeared completely. So instead of presenting international productions created in conditions that the local independent cultural scene could only dream of, we had to focus on preserving the very existence of our local independent scene. Rehearsing Feminist Future platform was established in early 2021 as part of our determination to do this. The title was inspired by the term feminist rehearsal, which is introduced by Tanja Schiltz, who is a playwright and professor of Women and Gender Studies at the Women and Gender Studies Department at the North Carolina University. And she proposes it as a counterpoint to the existing conceptual framework. Feminist rehearsal is a methodological approach to text reading, actually, but through gendered lenses, to revise the official histories, as she describes, so we move towards something better, toward more just futures. by redistributing the resources we had at our disposal, not just funds, but also our professional and personal connections. We curated a comprehensive supportive program for precarious women theater, performance, and dance artists to provide them with optimal conditions for their creative processes. We wanted to support the upturning of power dynamics and the rejection of the hierarchies grounded in the conventional theater and dance as artistic approaches in contemporary performing practices. Or as our friend Biljana described, we sought to practice feminist production methods that do not insist on building a system of perfection, but a model of production different from the one verticalized or patriarchally placed in the theater, the one that is based on care, conviviality, and mutuality. The platform was our proposal for a new and more possible meeting, because, as Audre Lorde said, the old definitions have not served us, nor the earth that supports us. The future of our earth may depend upon the ability of all women to identify and develop new definitions of power and new patterns of relating across differences. As privileges meant to be risked and shared, as feminists, being the one with the resources to redistribute to those most affected by the crisis, obliged us to remain conscious of our own privileges and to reject the verticality between the one who provides and the one who receives. What we had was not just ours to give, it was common. And as Federici explained, no common is possible unless we refuse to see ourselves as to see our life and our reproduction on the suffering of others, unless we refuse to see ourselves as separate from them. Practicing radical solidarity from the position of a comrade, described by Jodi Dean as egalitarian, generic, and utopian, the platform was our invitation to rehearse a possible feminist future waiting on the other side of the cruel present, an utopian glimmer of a better world. The local women artists selected on the open call, the one was unemployed actress from a small town in northeastern Macedonia, and the other was a dancer, independent dancer from the capital, spent 5 months, a period that enabled them to engage in process-oriented practice without the usual time pressure, to work on their authorial performances. In all phases of the creative process, the platform provided them with the support from peer performance professionals who, respecting non-hierarchical principles of exchange, follow closely their processes and share their feedback from this specific position of someone who is not just outside but also inside of the process, and we call it inside, outside eye. From the very beginning, the artists were informed about the production budget so they can plan and make appropriate decisions. They chose collaborators for the project absolutely independently, and both them and their collaborators were appropriately compensated to their labor and knowledge. They were provided with space and technical support for the regular rehearsals. As part of the program, they attended organized lectures by local and international cultural and critical theorists and researchers, talks given by international artists and performance. And in the final phase of the executive production, they were comprehensively supported by an executive producer and complete technical team. Angela's Shame and Jovana Jovanke premiered at the 46th edition of the Mod Festival, which remains the most relevant international theater festival in North Macedonia. Both Angela and Jovana's works deal with deconstruction of the desired physicality and women's body objectifications, questioning beauty and health industry, lifestyles based on pleasure, and the exhausting commitment to achieve the expectations of the others. Aesthetically, by deconstructing the canyons on stage and triggering the usual expectations of the local audiences, their pieces contribute to the reformation of the conventional theater and dance forms toward contemporary performing arts. Both performances were so well received by the audience that they are still showing. In addition to fulfilling the program's stated objectives, the Rehearsing Feminist Futures platform acquired its genuine meaning thanks to the fact that, from the beginning, Angela and Jovana truly recognized their own privilege in being able to work in the conditions that the platform provided. They used their author position to share those privileges by creating an atmosphere of equality and togetherness with everyone involved and around their creative processes. This changing perception of their own artistic subjectivity, that, as Bojana Kust explains, in the contemporary performing arts is no longer understood as a singular, self-centered subjectivity, was the most precious fruit born out of the platform's program and critically conditioned its feminist future. In early 2023, as the platform entered the second program cycle, the key challenge was no longer how to isolate ourselves, but to decide which forms of relation to preserve and which to dismiss forever, while living in the turmoil of several parallel global crises that arise from one another in a vicious circle. Building and nurturing communities based on conviviality, interconnectedness, mutuality, and care for each other and the earth is the only way to survive in the midst of raging capitalism. Collective artistic practices that rely on mutual contribution, exchange, and sharing are maybe the only way for the artist to survive in what seems to be the final downfall of humanity. Within the platform, these practices needed to do more than just support the creative process for the purposes of producing a feminist performance. They needed to be practices truly based on the principle of collectivity, described by Bojana Cvejić as the idea of an inessential commonality, a solidarity that in no way conserves an essence. In an act to unleash the potential of the interdisciplinary exchange, to encourage the disappearance of professional divisions, we opened a call for interdisciplinary groups with non-hierarchical internal structure, consisted of 4 to 6 local women active in the independent cultural scene, not just in the field of the performing arts, but also in other disciplines, such as film, music, visual arts, literature, architecture, gender studies, critical theory, etc. Same resources as mentioned before, this time for process-oriented practice, sufficient funds, space for rehearsals, continuous creative and professional, as well as production support, then support through the distribution and promotion of the piece, actually conditions that are not existent in the local independent cultural scene. So the selected group, these are their names and their professions. Monica, who is an architect and stage associate. Grazie is a comparatist and independent researcher. I just realized that I need to do this because when I refer to this, I'm not sure about the sound. But it's again, you know. So yes, these are their names, the names of the girls in the group who were collaborating and contributed their theoretical and practical knowledge to devise a feminist performance that would be a contribution to the production of the local independent cultural scene. The performance, Eleanor the Cat, premiered in November last year and continues to be performed. Actually, we had two performances, 2 showing this week. It is being performed as regularly as possible in a context of total scarcity as regards to accessible venues that we now face in Skopje, unfortunately. It is devised after this monodrama of a prominent German playwright. And it also consists of texts from Elfriede Jelinek, Preciado, Silvia Federici, and original works by the collective. And it gives a stage to the really raised questions of gender, professional stage, societal, production-related, collaborative, personal, sexual, feminist transformations. Even though, for most of them, it was the first time that they ever performed, all members of the group gathered on stage as performers, which came as a result of this distribution of power and roles during their creative process that was collective. Redefining stage canyons again, this performance demonstrates how a collective artistic practice can legitimize new kinds of performing roles. Allora, that is something I already said.
Преобразби има многу. Би се залажале доколку би застанале и би се задржале само на една дефиниција. Така ми стрелата и слушам инсекти. Тие брнчат, зујат. Го туркам моето лице низ трева висока до колена. Ме скопрка. Преобразбите се точки, паузи, процеси во процесите кои што означуваат места на преиспитување на еволуцијата. Тресењето на спорите во земјата ми даваат good vibrations, ме креваат прашне по прашне. Суштеството не е неговата појава. Желбата лакомо да го истриеш своето лице од трњето во градината е посилна од разумот. Кретината повикува на игра. Топчиња од мачешки влакна се тркалаат низ страците трева. Сега допира мелка. Гличките се толку тврди и деликатни, ми тече смола од ушите. Толку е убаво се. Ние бидејќи се држиме воздушестите клетки на коските на птиците, зачетоците на мислата од опавчињата на мачките, нежната љубов на понаму мајмуните, цврстината на ноктите од околупите на желките, суровата љубов од покривките снег, тврдиот пркос од кокичињата и првите зумболи, крилата на пеперуите по нашите плешки. Само црвеното фали. Бубинките и цвекињата сите се жолти или сиви, или сиви, или сиви. Го сакам овој звук. Се е како што е. И се може да биде нешто друго. Промената е насекаде околу нас, во нас. Таа е основата на животот. Смешно е, брзо минуваат облаците.
But the creative process was not the only process that the group went through. In addition to devising a performance, the collective that was yet to become one was to devise the modes of their collaboration too. According to the platform framework, their collaboration could not solely consist of a more efficient means to achieve a predetermined, fixed artistic goal. It needed to be a principle, a result of a strong belief in the potentiality of working together and in the possibility of genuine exchange that can help us think about the potential of collaboration as an agent of change. To contribute to the common, it was necessary to confront the internalized capitalist ideology cult of individual identity and to depatriarchalize the minds and bodies of everyone involved. The collective practice needed to be a practice of collectivity, where we isn't Tunisian, but taking responsibility for relation in working with one another. Establishing collaborative relations, even based on connection, understanding and solidarity, can also generate friction. It is a never-ending process that requires a labor of reflection, introspection, struggling, negotiating, and repositioning. And all of this happens simultaneously on all levels: individual, collective, in our case, in the frames of the collective, the individual, the platform, and in the cultural scene. And over again, and sometimes it gets exhausting, frustrating, even lonely. Looking back, it becomes clear that this aloneness happened when we let ourselves be captured by our learned, internalized impulses that neoliberal individualism and patriarchal ways of working, constantly obsessed with progress and competition. When we let ourselves submit to the unbearable expectations for the potentiality of collaboration to be actualized instead of being focused on the qualities of the process of working together. But it is also clear that this aloneness was overcome again and again by stopping to rethink our relations and to renegotiate our collectivity, while remaining committed to the feminist principles of equity, radical empathy, solidarity, care, support, and collective. When we reminded ourselves that it is in the collectivities that we find reservoirs of hope and optimism. Being together felt not just as a new and more possible meeting, but as an enlightening communion. In the second part of this talk, as I'm a bit tired of talking actually, I am inviting you to see, feel, or if you want even dive into the works of 4 Macedonian women artists who were generous enough to contribute their words, thoughts, images, and sounds inspired by the topic of feminist modern collaboration based on equity, empathy, care, support, and solidarity. Okay. Thank you for your attention. And at the end of this meeting today, I would like to invite you for an actual rehearsal of a better world. Under 8 seats in this auditorium, there are pieces of paper. You can look. They are stuck on the plastic part. You should find 8 of them. Has someone found something? Okay, we have 1. We should have 8. You should look under yours, under something, under the ones that are in front of you. We have 1 there. Stick with what you found. Don't give to others. Just stick with what you found. 1. We have 2, 3, 4, 5. We need 6, 7, 3 more. Yes, you can walk a bit. Okay, great. So do we have 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Each of them has a number on it. 8, 2, 6, 7, 5, 3. We have 1. 1. Okay, great. So that is how are we going to read. I will going to start, and my colleagues will help you with the mic. You can sit, stand, however you. Da. So I will start, and then we go with the number 1. The number 1 is there. We don't need to rush. We will do this slowly. It's important just to read from the top to the bottom, okay? Okay, so I'll start. The following is an invitation, an open hand given towards our bodies, alive on this fresh morning in this broken world, expendable, tired, weak, as if in the moment we cease to hold each other, the moment we break faith in one another, the sea would engulf us and the light would go out. So the following is an invitation for coming together for survival, but to endure that quest with different kinetics. Instead of growing, to mature. Instead of speeding up, to slow down. Let's try.
We are here at the Peripheries, together trying for a different way to be. Rehearsing to breathe slower, slowly, slowly. To live with a different pace, to be a province, but not in despair. To be safe from the vain history, inside the poverty and dreams, outside of the mainstream, closer to all the secrets.
We are here together, rehearsing, gently, gently, rehearsing feeling safe, as if we knew that we can't possess safety. Because safety is not a thing, nor predictable outcome, safety is relation.
We are here together, rehearsing kindly, kindly, rehearsing care, finding it entwined in our intimate commitments to each other, in our shared collective endeavours, our personal and political combining in a rallying cry to transform radically. We are changing the way we think.
We are here together rehearsing, gladly, rehearsing joy. Collective joy, political and emotional joy, not the satisfaction of individual desire, but the radical potential of being together, of sharing our lives together.
We are here together, rehearsing, eagerly, rehearsing hope. As if in the midst of suffering, there are throbbing, glorious, life-affirming gardens being planted on the margins of the Master's house. As if we could meet there into a rebellious community that is rebellion.
We are here together, rehearsing selflessly rehearsing togetherness, interdependence born out of everyone's individual non-giving up, consisted of billions of molecules of solidarity, because to be is to be together.
We are here together, rehearsing selflessly, rehearsing togetherness, interdependence born out of everyone's individual non-giving up, consisted of billions of molecules of solidarity, because to be is to be together.
We are here together, rehearsing, persistently, rehearsing the worlds we need, the futures we desire, embodying liberation now, not putting off work of freedom for distant generations, but designing playgrounds for future freedoms by using the tools we have today, acting as it possible to radically transform the world.
For we know that nothing is fixed. Forever, forever, forever. It is not fixed. The earth is always shifting. The light is always changing. The sea does not cease to grind down rock. If we win, there is no telling. We seek beyond history for a new and more possible meeting. Maybe just to, I didn't know a better way to credit the artist actually. So maybe I will just go through the slides so you can read about the artists, okay? While we talk.
Thank you so much, Christina. We are not going to talk here as this is the dramaturgy of this meeting. And we are going to do it as we did it yesterday. We are going to split in 3 groups, and the one group will stay here. Another group will go with Tatiana Nikolic in the foyer. That's Tatiana. And the 3rd group with Ksenia Markovic-Božovic in the multimedial hall. Where is Ksenia? It's Ksenia. And another group is staying here, I don't know if I said, with me. Yes. Okay, thank you again, and we will continue. And Christina will, as yesterday, go through these groups and be able to answer your questions also.